Okay, I think we're good. Let's get started. Okay, so welcome back to the second annual Professor Holmes Runs for Government. This is One Tribe, One Day at William and Mary, streaming live from Williamsburg, Virginia, trying to raise money for our department. I'm the chair of the Department of Government here at William and Mary, and today's our big fundraising day. Try to raise money for students, faculty. So if you're watching, pop in the chat, say hello. Any donation is great, and my plan is to be on the treadmill here most of the day, try to raise as much money as I can. We have a couple of different challenges that are going to be fun. Half marathon at 13.1 miles unlocks $1,300. 50 miles unlocks $5,000. So we'll try to hit those, see how far we get. So yeah, enjoy the stream. Hopefully the audio works. I'll check in on the donations from time to time, see how we're doing. I don't get a live feed. I have to actually reload the page. So we'll see how that works. Hopefully there are no technical hiccups. You never know. Sometimes the streams can be laggy. Hopefully it all works out today. All right, so we're about a mile in. So far, so good. I think the stream was a little laggy at the beginning, but hopefully that doesn't continue. I have Cox internet at home, so you can blame them if it's laggy. Hope everybody's doing well. Goal today is just take it nice and easy. Stay on the treadmill as long as we can. Take some bathroom breaks as necessary, of course. Hopefully have some students check in, alums, faculty. Today's a day to celebrate William & Mary and the Department of Government. So yeah, we'll have a good time. The program that you see on the screen tracking the running is called Zwift, and it's basically like an online community of runners where you can run with other people. It's also a big cycling platform. It's better known for cycling, but it's nice for something like this because it keeps track of your pace, keeps track of how far you've gone, all that kind of thing, which is really helpful. All right, it's good to hear from you, buddy. Hope you're doing well. How is everything? What have you been up to? Arj, what year did you graduate? I can't remember. All of the years kind of run together. I know you've been out for a while. 2 or 3 years ago? Well, this is good. This gives me an opportunity to plug our podcast, Cheap Talk. This is with Professor Jeff Kaplow. We record during the academic year pretty much every weekly, and it's an international relations podcast. You can find it on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, wherever you get podcasts. And the idea is we kind of reflect on what's going on in the world and try to, connect international events to what we learn in the classroom. So obviously right now, we have a lot going on with Iran, Ukraine war still raging on, tariffs, lots of things to talk about. And so I would encourage you, if you're interested in international politics, you could reach out to wherever you get your podcasts and sign up for Cheap Talk. We were thinking about doing a live podcast today where I would be on the treadmill running and Jeff would be sitting at home in the comfort of his easy chair, and we would try to record the podcast that way. But two problems with that. One, it's kind of hard to talk in complete sentences when you're running, although, you can do little bits and pieces like I'm doing now. And the other problem was just the technology, getting it all to work with his voice so he could hear me and you guys could hear both of us and there wouldn't be a significant lag. It was kind of tricky, but maybe next year for One Tribe One Day, we can try to get a live podcast show going. We're also looking to expand to YouTube. At the moment, we're just on the audio-only podcast platforms, but we're looking into getting a studio of some kind or borrowing a studio so we can record in person, live sometimes, with YouTube video, which I think would be fun. And if you're having trouble hearing me with the mic, just let me know. The setup is a little bit different than last year, but I think it basically works. Not exactly the same equipment. We have, Arj. So we've done Cheap Talk in the classroom. So the last 2 years in the fall, I have the big Government 204 class. It's like a big lecture hall. And we recorded. It wasn't live in the sense that it wasn't going out live, but we recorded it live in front of a studio audience, which was our students, or my students. And the students would ask us questions about, what's going on in the world. And we would try to answer them in a quasi-intelligent way. And that was really fun. It's a little scary because you don't really know exactly what the students are going to ask. So you could get anything really. But so we have done the live studio audience. I think the future of Cheap Talk, Professor Kaplow might disagree with this a little bit, but I think the future of Cheap Talk is on the sort of multi-platform. I think more and more people are watching and listening to podcasts through YouTube and other places like that. And I think like shorts, I don't know if people really have the attention span to sit down and listen to a 90-minute podcast, but if they're kind of like snippets, a couple minutes, that might work. So we're going to explore all that kind of stuff, and then also maybe get into more live feeds, live types of events. But it's fun. I was skeptical about having a podcast because I don't really listen to podcasts myself. So I was a little skeptical, but it's kind of fun. And the other nice thing is, Capella does all of the work. He does all the editing. I just basically have to record. And he does all the tech stuff on the back end. And so that makes it easier for me. Hi, Heather. Thanks for checking in. We are almost at 2 miles already, believe it or not. And, things are going well. Heather Scully is our administrator extraordinaire. Helped to put this all together with the email campaign, making sure people have the link to the YouTube and the donation page. So she's done a lot to set this up. So thank you, Heather. Thanks, Joseph, for the donation. That's fantastic. We are now up to $60. Looks like. It's kind of hard to tell, but the page that I'm looking at says 60, so we'll go with that, and I will try to update the good old spreadsheet. Question is, can I run and update the totals at the same time? Let's give this a shot. I think I managed to do that successfully. Update the totals. It's not the easiest maneuver, and hopefully it updates, but I think it should. Now, I tried to find my William & Mary hat this morning to wear, and I could have sworn I have like 4 William & Mary hats, And yet for some reason, of course, they all disappeared. So maybe I can find my William & Mary hat later. Pop that on. Anyway, I hope everybody's doing well this morning. It's about 8:20 or so here in Virginia. Just getting started, getting warmed up here. About 2.5 miles. Feeling good so far. First threshold challenge is a half marathon, 13.1. That will unlock $1,300 from our good friend and alum Paul Boykus, which is fantastic. Paul, if you're watching, thank you. So we definitely need to get to 13.1. If anybody wants to sponsor a marathon, 26.2, let me know. And then the next big one is 50 miles, which is a $5,000 challenge. So definitely going to try to get to 50 as well today. This playlist, by the way, is backed by popular request. I was going to change up the music, but then I asked around a couple of people who watched a good chunk of the broadcast last year, and they said, no, they like the music, so I'm just sticking with it. So we're going to hang tight with that set list. Hopefully you enjoy it. And if you don't, my apologies. Hello from Tokyo. Very nice. I'm trying to decipher the username. Hi, Nina. It's been a long time. How are you? What are you up to in DC? Thanks for tuning in. If you're just joining us, this is One Tribe, One Day. I'm streaming from Williamsburg, Virginia, trying to raise money for the government department. Your contributions help support our students, first and foremost. We often send students to conferences, research abroad, internships we sometimes can support. So all of this is really helpful for having a great experience for our students. So thank you for all the contributions. And I should say, everything really counts. So even just a small donation, really, they will add up. I have to say, speaking of Tokyo, first of all, Japan, just in general, it's probably my favorite country. Or at least, it's top 3. Wonderful people, wonderful beauty, just great culture, food, the whole thing. And then Tokyo, in particular, really hard to beat Tokyo. So, as far as I'm concerned, you're lucky to be in Tokyo. Also, it's got to be fairly late in Tokyo, so thanks for staying up with me. It's very nice. Just noticed that we are now less than 10 miles away from unlocking our first challenge, which is the half marathon distance. $1,300. 10 miles to go. All right, it's about 8:30 here on the East Coast in the U.S. Hopefully you're having a good morning, getting started with your day. Or if you're in Tokyo, it's evening time. Hopefully your day went well in Tokyo. All right, we're up to 6 donors, $220. Very nice. Let me see if this will tell me who donated. Michael, Thank you so much, Michael. Tom, Plant, thank you. Wonderful. We are on our way to 100 donors, which unlocks a challenge. On our way to half marathon, unlocks another challenge. And then 50 miles for $5,000. We are well on our way. Thanks, everybody. I think I'm going to update the numbers and do a quick bathroom break here. All right, we're back after a quick little bio break. So we're almost at 5 miles, and once we get to 5 miles, we only have to do this 10 times to get to 50. It's no big deal. Well, actually, we only need to do it 9 times, because 9 times 5 is 45, and we've already done the 5. So that makes it sound not so bad. Somebody texted me a question asking what the longest is I've ever run on the treadmill. And I did a 100-mile run, but over the course of 2 days. So I ran like 55 miles the first day and then 45 miles the second day. But I slept in between, so that doesn't really count. So I think the longest is probably what I did last year for the One Tribe One Day, which was 55. I think it ended up being like 55.5. So see if we can do that again. Maybe try to break that. We'll see. As long as the donations keep coming in, I'll keep running. Dan, thanks very much for the 50. Appreciate it. I have to update the numbers here in a second. Looking good. Haven't even been at it for an hour yet, so that's good. Appreciate it, everybody. I think next year what would be fun is if we somehow got access to Zabel Stadium and we had a 24-hour run around the track to raise money for One Tribe One Day. So people, students, faculty, maybe even, community, people from the community could just run around the track for as long as they want. You could do one lap, you could do 1 hour, or you could be there for 24 hours. And each lap or each hour or something would unlock a particular challenge. I like that idea. Somebody should write that down. Another donation from Julie. Thank you, Julie. We're now up to 370. So I will update the numbers. Thanks, Pierre Watt. Most wonderful time of the year indeed. People are saying, One Tribe One Day with Holmes running is their favorite day of the year. Now, I don't know how accurate that is, but people are saying. Kelly, thank you. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate it. Appreciate the support. Just getting started here, almost an hour. So far, so good. Hope everybody's having a good morning. Thanks, Jay. Yeah, I've run Boston a few times. Actually, I don't know, maybe like 5 or 6 times. Didn't do it this year, although it was just too bad because the conditions were evidently really good. But yeah, that's one of my favorite races. It's just tricky because you have to qualify each year, and so if you don't run a relatively fast marathon in that particular year, you're not going to be able to run it. But I'd like to get back for sure. If you're just joining us, it's almost 9 a.m. here on the East Coast. This is One Tribe, One Day, where we raise money to support William and Mary. I'm running for the government department. I'm the chair of the government department. And we use our funds, donations that come in, to support our students first and foremost, whether it's sending them to conduct research abroad, presenting a paper at a conference with a faculty member, supporting an unpaid internship. Those types of experiences are made possible through the support that we get on One Tribe, One Day. So I really appreciate it. Thanks for popping in to the stream. Feel free to say hi in the chat, especially if you're an alum. And yeah, thanks for watching. We're going to be here for a while. We unlock our first mileage challenge at half marathon, which is 13.1 miles. And then we have another one at 50 miles. If you'd like to offer a challenge of anything in between, or beyond, I suppose, that would be great. Just let me know. The donations are coming in faster than I can update the spreadsheet. We're now at 11 donors, trying to get to 100, which unlocks a challenge. 450 so far. Thanks, everybody. That's very nice. We're off to a good start. And it's not even 9 a.m. yet. The day hasn't even really started. Somebody texted me and said I should do this weekly. That might be a bit much. I think once a year is good. We might, figure out a way to do it like a second time, maybe around the holidays or something like that. But yeah, I think every week would be a little tricky. Last year I said I was going to figure out a better way to update the numbers as they come in, and I forgot to figure out a better way. So I have my laptop here, and when I see the numbers get updated, I update them on the laptop, but that requires a very delicate procedure of balancing the laptop as I run and updating the numbers in a spreadsheet. I would think that there'd be an easier way to do that on my phone, which is relatively straightforward and easy to use while running, but I haven't been able to figure that out. Your day is going well wherever you are. If you're in Asia, you've already had your day. Your One Tribe One Day is coming to an end. If you're in Europe, then it's afternoon for you. So Jay, this is the running software. It's called Zwift, which is like a virtual online platform, and it allows you to run with other people around the world in real time and track your mileage and pace and all that. And then I'm using OBS to stream. And sometimes I think the internet connection that I have just gets a little wonky, and so it lags a little bit, unfortunately, but seems to come back after a minute or two, so hopefully it stabilizes. You can always click the little live button in the YouTube video to make sure that you're up to date and not behind if it starts to lag. Flurry of donations just came in. I want to thank Matthew, Michael, Justin Horowitz. How you doing, Justin? Daniel and Jay. Excellent. We are up to, let's see, 16 donors, $740. We're going to unlock $1,300 at the half marathon mark, and then hopefully $5,000 at the 50-mile mark. So we're well on our way. Almost actually at the halfway point of the half marathon. So we're moving right along. Thanks everybody for popping into the chat. Sorry if the stream is a little laggy at times. You can blame Cox Internet for that. Sorry, Cox. But so far so good. Donations looking good. Keep it up. And yeah, we're really just kind of getting started. 9:07 here in Williamsburg. Also, my wife Lindsay was able to find one of my William and Mary hats. So now I'm dressed more appropriately for One Tribe, One Day. Allison Sands coming in with a donation. Ron coming in with a donation. Pirwa coming in with a donation. Wonderful, guys. We're up to $878. Workday has really just begun. Workday, pun not intended. But the workday really has just begun, and we're at almost $1,000 already. So that's fantastic. Thanks, everybody. I know I'm biased, but I do think that we have the best alums. Very generous, very connected to William & Mary and the department. You know, our homecoming events are always very well attended, energetic, somewhat rambunctious from time to time. It's great. A lot of energy from our alums. And so that's why a day like today works. One Tribe, One Day only works if we have, you know, generous alums who show up to donate. So thank you, everybody. All right, we are already at 8 miles. Moving right along here. About 5 more miles until we unlock our first major challenge, which was covering a half marathon. 13.1 miles. So we're on track to do that, which is great. Yeah, things are going well so far. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Thanks for all the donations. We've had a flurry over the last few minutes, which is great. Let's try to keep it going. So if you're just tuning in, this is One Tribe, One Day. I'm Marcus Holmes, Chair of the Department of Government. And this is our second annual Professor Holmes Runs for Government. And the idea is to raise money for our department, specifically our students, to support their research, their publications, their internships. And so all of your support really helps to make the department a very robust place for really undergraduate research, which I think is what we do really well and kind of sets us apart from other political science departments around the country. So, sending students abroad to do research, it obviously requires resources, and your help allows us to send students on those types of projects, which is great. So I'm going to be here on the treadmill, running for a long time, hopefully, and trying to encourage as much donating as possible. If you want to challenge me to a particular distance, let me know. We have a half marathon challenge coming up, and after that we have a 50-mile challenge. So those are going to be challenging and difficult, but we'll try to do it. And I appreciate all the support. Three more donations just came in the last 30 seconds or so. Megan, Jimmy, Emily, Allison, I hope you're all doing well. Thank you so much for your support. We are now closing in on $1,000. We're over 20% of the way to 100 donors, which is great. Almost at 1,000. somebody was asking about the strategy of how to run like all day long. And, obviously you don't want to go too fast because that will tend to burn you out as the day goes on. So you want to go at a pace that's relatively comfortable, that you can kind of speak at, not maybe give a speech, but you can talk in complete sentences like I'm doing now. And really just try to see the day as being about sustainability. Just trying to keep things under control. It's not a race. There's no time goal. You really just want to try to keep moving as much as you can, as long as you can. That's how I'm approaching it anyway. Try to take things easy. Take some walking breaks. Eat some food. Drink lots of water. Electrolytes, that kind of thing. And yeah, just try to take it as easy as possible anyway. All right, we're approaching $1,000 in donations, which is terrific. It's 9:24 a.m. here on the East Coast. Hope everybody's day is off to a good start. Or if you're in Asia, I hope you had a good day. If you're in Europe, hope you're having a nice afternoon. If you're in Australia, hope you had a nice day. A good one tribe one day. Thanks for tuning in. If you're an alum, feel free to pop in the chat, say hello. It's always nice hearing from former students. Let me know what you're up to. The first big milestone is coming up at 13.1 miles. We have a $1,300 donation challenge for 13.1 miles. We're getting there. And the idea is just nice and steady all day long. Try to hit 50 miles where we have a $5,000 donation challenge. And yeah, nice and steady. The running program you see on your screen is called Zwift, and it's a virtual online running and cycling kind of program. It allows you to run and cycle people from around the world at the same time. I like it because it tracks your pace, tracks how far you've gone, obviously heart rate, that kind of thing. And it makes it just very easy to know when you're on a treadmill, like how far you've gone and how fast, and you can communicate with other people. It's sort of like social media plus running. So yeah, it's nice. It's fun. And the little world that we're in the program is actually Richmond, Virginia, which I felt was appropriate for One Tribe One Day. They don't have Williamsburg, but they do have Richmond, which is close. All right, good news to share, everybody. So Kimberly Russell, Chris Walters, Megan Palumbo have put us over $1,000. We're at 1,223 donors. Time to update the numbers. I should say also, I believe that if you're in the Williamsburg area and you've donated, I think you get a free donut or something at Sadler. I could probably use a donut right now. And then I know in the Sunken Garden later today, there's going to be festivities. If you're local and want to participate in One Tribe One Day in person, there are opportunities to do so. Or you can just hang out with me here online, which is just as fun. Maybe even more fun. Charlotte popping into the chat. Good to hear from you, Charlotte. What is my favorite movie about diplomacy? That is a tough that is a tough question. I don't really. Okay, so first of all, most like shows about diplomacy or that involve some type of like diplomacy are pretty unrealistic and pretty bad, in my opinion. Although, like that show Secretary of State, I think that was Madam Secretary. I kind of like that. That was pretty good. The Diplomat, that was okay. I like that. But a lot of them tend to be like, as you'd expect, like way more dramatic than actual diplomacy really is. I can't really think of a movie that comes to mind. I do know they're making a movie, right, or they've made it, and it's coming out, I think, this summer, about the Reykjavik summit with Reagan and Gorbachev, which, as you know, because you've been in my classes, that's one of the case studies that I spent a lot of time studying. So I'm like really excited about that. The problem is, I don't know. I think I'm a little nervous that they're gonna try to like make the drama, like nuclear crisis, on the verge of going to war, which wasn't really the case. I mean, things were tense, but they had just had the successful Geneva summit in 1985. So I'm looking forward to that movie. But yeah, I can't really think of any other good ones. Charlotte, what's your favorite movie about diplomacy? By the way, Charlotte, I told Taylor that she needs to pop into the chat at some point, say hello. She promised that she would. She was the one egging me on last year to keep on going. I wanted to stop at 50 miles, and she was like, that's unacceptable. Great, thanks, Charlotte. Yeah, I think if you're going to count Argo in the diplomatic category, which I would say is a stretch, but if you're counting that, then that would probably be my favorite movie about diplomacy. I think Argo is excellent. I think the Ben Affleck, who, I think is a pretty good actor, but has had some like pretty bad movies. I think that he is terrific in that movie. And then the other characters, the supporting cast, all of the hostages, also did a great job. So I'm with you on that. Argo for the win. There's also what's the spy movie with Tom Hanks? Something with like the Soviet, like the Bridge of Spies. I haven't seen that in a long time. I remember liking that. Again, I'm not sure if that's a diplomacy movie though. We'd have to define our categories. All right, so you might have noticed we just passed 10 miles. We have less than 3 miles to go before our first distance challenge, which is the half marathon distance, 13.1 miles. That unlocks $1,300. So we are very well on our way to meeting that particular challenge. Also looking good on the donors as well. So keep it up, guys. Thank you. Sarah Jacobson in the house. Sarah, thanks for checking in. I hope work is going well. I told Steven to jump on, run with me on Zwift whenever. No sign of him yet. Hopefully he does. What's the weather like in Chicago today, Sarah? That's not bad. I'd take that. Well, that's pretty good. Little rain. Yeah, so Sarah, for those of you that don't know, is one of the people who runs regularly and trains on Zwift, which is the program on your screen, the one I was talking about earlier. Allows people to cycle and run together online. There are races, there are different events, and you can, track your mileage and all that kind of stuff. And so Sarah is part of that community and a good runner. Just ran the New York City Women's Half this weekend. Congratulations, Sarah. And Sarah, thank you for the donation. That bumps us up to $1,273, which is fantastic. 24 donors. And closing in on that half marathon distance, which will unlock 1,300, essentially doubling our total so far, which would be fantastic. And we're almost at a quarter of the way to the 100 donor challenge mark. And we're just getting started. Not even 2 hours yet. I did not mention that. So Sarah and I, along with Stephen Cousins, Victoria Cousins, and a bunch of other folks from the Zwift community, ran the Paris Marathon. What year was that? Was that 2023? 2024? Something along those lines. 3 or 4 years ago. And it was fun. Good marathon. Although, I don't know, Sarah, when you picked up your packet, but the expo, for me anyway, was like a total nightmare. It was like a 2-hour line to get in the building. And then snaking through with like just thousands of people, it seemed like, was really unpleasant. Okay, yeah, 2023. Yeah, that's a great marathon. I mean, in terms of the scenery, it's got to be up there with the best marathons in the world because you run by all the sites. You run through all of Paris. So you see the Arc de Triomphe. That's where it starts, basically. Eiffel Tower, of course, multiple times. Notre Dame. Like the whole course is really great and scenic. One issue with that course is that many of the streets are like cobblestone, and so you don't really think about that until you're out there running a marathon. And cobblestone is hard. I think it's a hard surface, number one. Number two, the cobblestones are not evenly kind of spread out, and also are not necessarily all that like flat. So I found that the running surface in the Paris Marathon was like quite challenging. I mean, it was fine. It wasn't like you were running on some kind of like ice or anything like that, but it just it kind of hurt. And it was just a very hard surface to run on compared to what you're normally running on, which is like the asphalt or tarmac. I mean, asphalt's very tough too, but yeah, the cobblestones were tricky. Yeah, and then in and out of the tunnels. Yeah, tricky, because those tunnels in Paris, you kind of go down. The Paris Marathon itself is not that hilly, but when you're coming out of the tunnel, there's obviously going to be a little bit of an incline, and they're not particularly like steep, but they can go on for a while. So that makes that marathon kind of tricky. Actually, the Boston Marathon has something similar, which is at like mile 25.5. Before you turn right on the Hereford Street and then left onto Boylston, you go underneath, Mass Ave or something like that? Can't remember what the street is, but you go underneath a street and a tunnel, And there's this like super annoying incline at the very end of it, which after 25.5 miles is unpleasant, particularly since the Boston Marathon's hilly to begin with. So you've already done a lot of hills and you don't really want another one at the very end of the race. And I should mention the Marine Corps has a similar problem. Steep kind of incline at the very end, which you will experience. So have fun with that. Yeah, I mean, in terms of like flat marathons, Chicago is really, one of the best. I mean, Berlin is very, very flat and fast. Chicago is very flat, but as you point out, yeah, there is that sort of mini hill at the end, which is kind of annoying. The times I've run Chicago, I've realized like that's not fun. That's kind of mean. But overall, it's a great experience because it's a very flat and fast course. The thing that I don't like about the Chicago Marathon is how the tall buildings really mess with the GPS. Like the times I've run it, especially the first few miles before you get out of downtown and get into like the neighborhoods where the buildings are a little shorter, I had no idea how fast I was going or how far. Well, I knew how far because of the signs, but like I didn't know how fast I was going because the GPS was all wacky. And so you had to do like mental math the first few miles to figure out, like, yeah, for the first 3 miles, like, are you running too fast, too slow? That part's no good. Want to acknowledge 2 more donations. Jamie Settle, faculty member in our department, actually next chair of the department as well, starting next year. And Gerald Bullock. Hi, Gerald. Thank you. Gerald is fantastic. Works in the dean's office for advancement. Helps us put together these events. This is a big day for him on One Tribe One Day. He's been working very hard, along with Jacob Miller, to make sure this event goes off smoothly. Not just this event, but all of the One Tribe One Day events. So thank you, Gerald, for the donation and for all of your efforts. We're now at 1,300, which is fantastic. All right, Sarah, enjoy your meetings. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, definitely check in again later in the day. Feel free to pop in whenever. Hopefully I'll see Steve in at some point. Have a good work day. And thanks for the donation, Sarah. Talk to you later. All right, so we just hit 12 miles, which means we only have 1.1 before the half marathon distance, which will unlock a $1,300 donation challenge from Paul Boykus. So 1 mile to go, and we hit that first major milestone. Okay, and with that, we officially passed the half marathon distance. So that unlocks a $1,300 gift from Paul Boykus, who's an alum. Thank you, Paul. I'm going to update the numbers now. Very excited. Half marathon in the books. $1,300 added to the total. Okay, so we're up to 30 donations, $2,790 total, with that big one at the half marathon distance, which is fantastic. If the stream was lagging for you a second ago, it's been doing that kind of intermittently. It tends to go away after a minute or two, so just bear with me. I'm not sure if it's my internet or YouTube or what, but you can always click on the little live word on the screen, and that'll make sure that you're on the live stream and not behind. All right, but 13.1 done. Next milestone really is the 50-mile one. If anybody wants to offer up a challenge for a marathon or 50K, let me know. But we will keep on going. Half marathon done. All right, everybody. So it's about 10:20 here on the East Coast in Virginia. Closing in on 15 miles. We hit the half marathon point a little bit ago, unlocking a large gift of $1,300, which is fantastic. So we're almost at 15 and just taking this one step at a time. Get to 20 miles, then hopefully a marathon, 50K, hopefully then 50 miles, which will unlock a very large gift of $5,000. So that's the goal, trying to get there. Thanks to everybody for watching and for tuning in. If you're just joining us, this is One Tribe, One Day, our annual fundraiser. I'm running for the government department. I'm the chair of the Department of Government. And we use gifts and donations to help the educational experience of our students, whether it's sending them abroad to conduct research or to support an unpaid internship or to travel to a conference. All of these resources help us to accomplish those goals. So thank you for your donations. Hopefully we can keep it up. We're trying to get to 100 as a challenge. 30% of the way there. 10:20 in the morning, we're just getting started. And I plan on being here for a while. If there are any students or alums out watching, feel free to pop in the chat and say hello. Let us know what you're up to. I did this last year on One Tribe, One Day, and one of the more rewarding parts of it was being able to connect with former students. So if you're out there, feel free to say hello. Let us know what you're up to. Thanks, John, for the donation. Thanks, Clay. 2 recent ones that just came in. I'll have to update the numbers in a second here. But I believe that puts us over 3,000 for the day so far. Who's having fun out there? I'm having fun. Hopefully your day's going well. This is, let's see, where are we at? About 16 miles, yep. And things have been going pretty quick. 16 miles. Started this stream about 8 a.m. on the East Coast. A little over 2.5 hours of streaming. And almost at $3,200 raised. Just excellent. Keep it coming, guys. I really appreciate it. This is fun. I see the numbers increase. I get motivated to go further. You keep donating, I'll keep running. To an extent, obviously. At some point, it just gets crazy. But as long as you keep on donating, I'll keep running. I'm having a good time. Any former students out there want to pop in? I've already seen a couple in the chat, which has been fun. I really like hearing from alums. Let me know what you're up to, how your running is going if you're a runner, marathons that you're doing or contemplating doing or have done. I also want to preemptively apologize to Swim Library. I borrowed this microphone from them, from the Reader Media Center, and I'm afraid that there might be a little bit of sweat on it when I return it, but hopefully we have ways of fixing that problem and cleaning it. Andrew Miller, Susan Garrick, Stephanie Peoples, John Provo, thank you so much. Donations all coming in the last couple minutes. Time to update the numbers once again. So we're 35% of the way to our 100 donor goal or challenge. And we are approaching or at 17 miles on the day. Not bad. So by my math, that means we need to do 33 more to hit 50, which will unlock a very large donation of $5,000, which is the main goal for today. And we're getting there. It's about 10:45 in Williamsburg. Hopefully your One Tribe One Day is going well. If you're in the area, you can go to the Sunken Garden and the Alumni House tonight for festivities. I believe there's an 80s cover band, if I read that correctly. Or you can just hang out here with me all day. Either way, absolutely fine. Thanks everybody for the donations. Really does mean a lot. Next kind of milestone here is 20 miles coming up. All right, thanks everybody again for the support. Basically at 18 miles or so. Donations are continuing to come in, which is fantastic. Let's see what we're currently at. Yep, I need to update the numbers again. A couple more have just come in the last few seconds. Every time I look, we have some new ones coming in. Pat Settle, thank you. Thank you very much for the donation. Hope you're doing well. If you're just joining us, this is One Tribe, One Day. I'm Marcus Holmes, chair of the Department of Government, and trying to raise money for the department to help our students. Specifically, we use these funds to help students do research, such as traveling abroad or purchasing books or equipment, to travel to conferences to present papers, and then sometimes to help support internships that are unpaid over the summer. So it's really, really useful for us. And I think undergraduate research is one of the things that we do really well in the department, and these resources help us to do that. So this is an important day for us for fundraising. It's great to see so many people turn out. If there are any former students, alums out there, drop in the chat, say hello. Hi, Chris, how you doing? I did this last year, and one of the most enjoyable parts was seeing former students pop in the chat to let me know what they were up to, how things were going. So it's not really just about raising money. It's about connecting with former students and friends. I plan on being here pretty much all day. We have a big gift that gets unlocked at 50 miles, which is $5,000. And so that's the main goal for me today, is to make sure that we get that. And other than that, it's just to have a good time, chat with you guys, rack up the miles, try to get as many donors as we can, unlock that 100 donor challenge. And if you want to challenge me to a distance, let me know. I thought about doing challenges like run a mile in a tuxedo or run a mile backwards. That strikes me as kind of dangerous. And then the tuxedo strikes me as uncomfortable and unpleasant. So, but if you have any ideas, I'm open to hearing them. Somebody asked me how I'm fueling myself. Well, right now, I'm basically just drinking water, making sure to stay hydrated. I'll probably end up having some Gatorade or Red Bull. And then when things get really dire, that's when I'll dig into the potato chips, because those have a lot of salt, sodium, carbs. But my experiences suggest that you don't want to do that stuff too early, because if you do, then you can end up with some stomach issues. So I try to hold off as long as I could. Can I discuss the nuances of security dilemma during the marathon? Sure. Of course I can. I can talk about the security dilemma all day long. Is there anything you want to know specifically? I mean, I think a really interesting question is how often security dilemmas actually pop up, in the sense that for a security dilemma, you really kind of need both sides to have defensive intent. And the problem in a security dilemma is that even though both sides have defensive intent, it's very easy to misinterpret the other side as having offensive intent. And it's also very easy to not appreciate how the other side doesn't see you the same way that you see yourself. So in other words, the United States during the Cold War knew, or they believed, that they were not going to strike the Soviet Union first. And they thought it was very clear to the Soviets that we would never strike, I'm talking about from nuclear perspective, never strike them first. But the problem is the Soviets didn't have that understanding or belief, because they didn't see the U.S. the same way that the U.S. saw itself. So that's really tricky. So the question then is, if you think about like the United States and Russia, or the United States and China today, are both sides driven by defensive intent, number one? And if they are, how do we minimize the negative parts of the security line, which is to say, like, how do we reduce that misinterpretation problem? My answer, as many of you know, is diplomacy. Sitting down with your counterpart, explaining yourself, essentially trying to humanize the situation. Doesn't always work, of course. It's not a panacea. But that'd be my answer. But as to the bigger question of, like, do we have offensive intent vis-a-vis China? Do they have offensive intent vis-a-vis us? Do we have offensive intent vis-a-vis Russia? A lot of people would look at the Ukraine war and say Russia has offensive intent. They would argue they're responding defensively, of course. So it's very complicated, and there's no easy way to kind of distinguish a state, a country's type, and their intention or motivation. It's very complicated. So how's that? That's my take on the security dilemma while running. What are we at? A little over 18 miles. Yeah, I saw that story about France and their nuclear expansion. I don't really have a hot take on it, although I have put it on the list of things to talk about with Jeff on Cheap Talk. So if you tune in maybe next week to that podcast, available on Spotify and where, Apple Podcasts and wherever else you get your podcasts, then it's quite likely we will have talked about it, because Jeff is sort of the nuclear, both in terms of nuclear, weapons, of course, but also nuclear energy and the crossovers between those two things. So I would suspect he has a lot to say about this. So I'll defer to him. But yeah, I'll try to come up with a hot take. I just don't have anything at the moment for you. Over 19 miles in, digging into my first Red Bull of the day. Try to limit those, but they're good for energy. Plus a little caffeine boost. Closing in on 20 miles. Almost at $4,000 raised, which is great. I'll update the numbers here in a second. We've had some intermittent lagging issues, but thankfully they only seem to last a minute or two when they happen. So hopefully you're back with us live. You can always click the live button on the video itself to make sure that you're up to date and not behind. Okay, and just like that, we've passed 20 miles. All right, we just passed the $4,000 mark. Thanks again, everybody, for the support. That's fantastic. Almost at 40% of our 100 donor challenge, which is also excellent. I think we can get there. It's 11:23 in the morning here on the East Coast. So far, so good. One tribe, one day. If you're a former student, current student, alum, friend, want to pop in the chat and say hello, let us know what you're up to. Be fun to chat with you. All right, just past 11:30 here on the East Coast in Williamsburg. One tribe, one day. It's going well. Almost to noon. Hope everybody's doing well. Thanks for everybody stopping by the chat to say hello. Thanks for all the donations. Over $4,000 so far. And I actually need to update the total because a couple just came in. So I'll do that shortly. Very successful so far. So thank you, everybody. Thanks, Chris. I like the music too. I actually, on my end, I've been listening to it on and off because it's like some of the songs are like really high energy, which I enjoy. And I was gonna change it up this year, but people said they liked it last year, so I was like, let's just do the same. Go with the same streaming. Yeah, we're definitely making our way. Getting closer and closer to that marathon mark. Also, just past, we're just at 43.50 on the donations, which is wonderful. Every time I check, there's been more incoming, which is fantastic. This is all to support our students. And it allows us to really, I think, have the best undergraduate political science experience in the country, or one of the best. So thank you, everybody who's donated so far. If any alums are out there in the chat, want to say hello if you're watching the stream. Hope your day's going well. West Coast will be waking up soon, if they're not up already. Hopefully we'll get some alums on the West Coast to say hello. I think that's a great idea. I mean, one thing we could do is set up multiple streams next year outside. So, people would stream with a camera around campus, going for runs, walking their dogs, chatting with people. I think we can get Clay to do it. If you want to see Clay walk his dogs next year for One Tribe One Day and live stream it, let me know. Katie, hello, thank you. Thanks for popping in. How are you? How's everything going? We are at, what are we at? 24 miles? Approaching a marathon. It's almost noon here on the East Coast in Williamsburg. One tribe, one day. Second annual running for government. See what I did there, the play on words? It's subtle, I know, it's very subtle. And yeah, we're about to hit a marathon coming up, which is great. And that also means we're very close to halfway to the 50-mile challenge. 50 miles unlocks $5,000 for the department. So we're on track. Definitely want to hit 50 miles today. Half marathon is done. 20 miles is done. 25 is coming up, and then the marathon distance. So yeah, Katie, what's going on? How are you? Well, Katie, I feel like this is good practice, right? Because I'm on social media right now, and if I'm going to do TikTok, it would be kind of like this, just a lot shorter. So to fill everybody in, what Katie's talking about is I kind of feel like I could be a TikTok celebrity. I'm sure that's not what they're called. Star? Influencer? And the idea would be to have like very short clips of me talking about international politics stuff in my sort of, style, which the students say it's kind of like me jumping around and running around the class or whatever, but some type of like energetic style where I discuss international politics. I think it could work. I haven't started it yet, Katie, but maybe this summer when I have some time, I will try to figure out what that should look like. Maybe you can be my consultant. You can be my social media influencer consultant. Hi AK-Y4FVLV. That's the problem with YouTube. It's like the names are not exactly obvious. I figured out who Katie was, but don't know who you are yet. But yeah, I do. I mean, I really enjoyed running being the director of the St. Andrews Joint Degree Program, which I did for 3 years before I was chair of the Department of Government. And I would have definitely continued. I think it's a great program, and I really liked, advising students on both sides and going to Scotland a bunch and spending time in St. Andrews. It was great. But we needed a chair of government, and so I transitioned from that role into this one. But yeah, it was great. I think the St. Andrews Joint Degree Program is one of the, I would call it one of the most unique kind of colleges experiences you can have. There's lots of study abroad opportunities. There are lots of ways to spend a year at a school, but spending 50-50 in the two places and then really having a degree that's from both schools is really quite special. And it's also special because the schools themselves share a lot of commonalities, but also are very different in many different ways. The structure of the education, the academic experience, the types of classes. Like the classes they teach in St. Andrews, like we simply don't have some of those at William & Mary and vice versa. So, I think it's a really good program. I had a lot of fun with it. And if you're in it, or were in it, that's great. I just can't tell by the username, the YouTube username. But thanks for stopping by. Oh, Ava, okay, yeah. Do I remember your class? Of course I remember your class. Yeah, that's actually one of the sad things for me is that, when I was directing the program, I only did it for 3 years. And so I didn't really get the opportunity to see one group start year one and then graduate in year 4. So I saw, a bunch of different students, and I had a lot of different interactions with students on both sides, but I didn't really get to have that one kind of experience all 4 years with the same group of students. And then the other thing is because I was doing it during COVID, that first really 2 years, it's kind of messed up because we were on Zoom and, a lot of the normal kind of interactions you weren't able to have. But yeah, I very much remember you. I remember your group, your cohort. Hopefully you had a good experience in the program. Most students do. And, yeah. Do you know what you're doing next year? Oh, that's great. Yeah, I think that's one of the real benefits of the program too is that, a lot of students, well, I don't know a lot, but a decent number of students who, maybe would not have stayed in the UK or, study do a master's program in Paris or Dublin or something like that, or London, they end up doing that because you get exposed to, that kind of style of teaching. And, frankly, a lot of students, when they're over in St. Andrews, they do a lot of traveling. So maybe you went to Dublin, maybe you went to, continental Europe, and you get to see things. And then that informs your choice of what you do afterwards. So I think it's the program's also good from that perspective. It opens up lots of doors. Vice versa, if you have never been to the United States and you're from Scotland or you're from, the UK and you go to St. Andrews in this program, you also get, lots of doors opened on this side as well. So that's great. What's your program in? All right, by the way, we are now 50% of the way towards our 50-mile goal, which unlocks $5,000. That's the big goal for today. And halfway there. Feeling good. Almost at a marathon. International Peace Studies. Wonderful. All right, well, I think you're going to have a great time. And you're going to be in Dublin. I mean, there's far worse places to be. And I think you're going to have a great time. So that's awesome. Congratulations. Are you going to go to both graduations? Yeah, that lag seems to happen every hour or so. And it usually lasts for like 2 minutes, which is kind of annoying. Not sure if it's my problem or YouTube or what the issue is, but thankfully it's not horrible. Heather, thanks for the donation. If you're watching, really appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. I assume you're still out in California. Hopefully the weather's nice. I'm sure it is. Oh, there you are in the chat. Just as I was saying thank you. Thanks, Heather. Yeah, Katie, there was some lag that was going on for a few minutes. If you click on the live button with the little red dot in the video itself, that should fast forward you through the lag to where we are live now. But yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, Heather, I would love to. I've been to UCSD a few times for different conferences and things. It would be great. I have a new book with Nick Wheeler that is just about to come out probably next month or the month after. And so that might be the timing might be good for that. It could do like a little book presentation, something along those lines. That'd be fantastic. It seems like you're having good experience in that program, which is great. It's obviously very well regarded, and there's great people. And, like, sort of eclectic people. Like, there's lots of different ways of doing international politics and political science at UCSD, which I think is great. Yeah, I mean, that is one nice thing when you find out people in graduate programs are reading your stuff. That's good because that means you're sort of making some kind of contribution, and that people, the new sort of like up and coming scholars, they might not like what you wrote, but at least they're aware of it, you know, which is quite good. And because we only have undergraduates in government, you know, I don't really get to see a lot of graduate. I don't create graduate syllabi myself, and so I don't really keep up on what graduate schools are teaching their students in international politics. I mean, I try to keep up, obviously, with the literature, but that's mostly kind of in my areas. So it's nice to kind of get a sense of what, you know, cohorts these days are learning. So that's cool. And I think that was you mentioned, I think that was a David Lake class. That's pretty good. Is he's still teaching? Nice. Yeah, I like him a lot. Very, obviously very smart guy. But also just, you know, in my experience, very pleasant to be around. Quasi-retired, got it. Yeah, I mean, there's worse, again, there's worse places to be. San Diego, quasi-retired, just teaching. That's awesome. So I forget, are you finishing year 1 or year 2? Like, what year are you in the program? Year 1, got it. That's great. I know it's early, but do you have any sort of dissertation topics in mind, or at least like areas that you're potentially interested in? All right, great. Have a good rest of your day. Yeah, let's chat about that when you're next in town. Hopefully, I'll see you at some other point than during the turkey trot. The next time you're in Williamsburg, let me know and we'll get coffee and talk about this. But I like that idea, how communities build or rebuild stability. Nice.
I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max.
All right, and just like that, marathon. Not bad, not bad. It's about 12:20 here in the afternoon in Williamsburg. Hope your One Tribe One Day is going well. It's been fun to chat with all the students, current, former. Thanks for stopping by. We're over 4,000 in donations, which is fantastic. We unlock a $5,000 donation at mile 50. So that's our main goal for today. We'll keep plugging away. Maddie, great to hear from you. It's been a long time. That's great. So what are you up to? I was just actually thinking about your class of PPIR a few days ago. I think I was writing a letter of recommendation or updating a letter of recommendation. I remember your cohort. Very strong. That's great. So yeah, 2021. Hopefully things are going well for you. Amazing, amazing. Yeah, I lived in D.C. after college when I was getting my master's program at Georgetown, and then I lived back there later for a few years. And I really love living in D.C., especially being relatively young. It's like such a nice place to live. Great restaurants. Congratulations on graduating from UVA. That's awesome. Did you like law school? I know some people find law school to be really kind of terrible. Other people really seem to like it. A lot of people are sort of so-so. Like, what was your experience at UVA Law? Well, that's great. Wow, I wasn't expecting that much of an enthusiastic answer. That's fantastic. Now, are you working for a law firm, or what type of employment do you have currently? Very nice, very nice. That's awesome. Yeah, my wife, she did litigation for a firm out of law school for like 8 or 9 years. Not antitrust, but she was a litigator. Had a good experience for the most part. That's great. Well, I'm glad you're doing well. Thanks so much for stopping by and saying hi. This is why I like doing this. I mean, it's fun to raise money. It's kind of fun to be running all day, but it's really fun to have former students like pop in the chat whose names you haven't seen in a while, and kind of get an update on how things are going. So that's great, Maddie. I'm glad you stopped by. All right, enjoy your meeting. Have a good one. Yes, you did get the name right, Shelley, and I know who you are. Olive is upstairs. She was very disappointed this morning that I did not take her for a run. But I think if I explained to her why I did not run with her outside before hopping on the treadmill to run all day, she would understand. But yeah, she's doing well. So for those of you that don't know, I have a golden retriever. Her name is Olive. She's 2.5 years old. She still very much is a puppy. She's got like a lot of energy. If she doesn't get like a 2 to 3 mile run in the morning, she tends to be a little bit of a wreck later in the day. So we'll see how she does later today. But she's just got like a lot of energy. Like I'm kind of waiting for that puppy phase to be done, but we're not there yet. Maybe year 3. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's not horrible. It's just she's got a lot of like energy requirements and energy needs. And if you don't meet those, it's kind of tricky. Like, she did a lot better when play care was open. And I know we could drive out to Green Springs, but we just haven't done that. But, other than that, she's doing well. Good dog. Very playful and friendly to people she knows anyway. How is your golden? Yeah, we just found that like a morning walk wasn't really doing the trick. And it's because she's got like the zoomies, and so like unless she has an actual run and can get like that kind of level of energy out, that high level energy, the walk doesn't really do a whole lot. Like a super long walk would, but it's kind of hard to do that on a weekday morning. So yeah, I would try like a little run, see if that helps. And what it does is it mellows her out pretty much for the rest of the day. So she's still got energy, but the kind of edge is taken off. Quick little bathroom break. All right, we are closing in very quickly on 30 miles. It's gone by fast. It's I don't know, it's almost 1 p.m. here in Williamsburg. And 30 miles. Next stop will be 50K, which is 31.1. On our way to 50 at a minimum for that big $5,000 donation Donations are still coming in. I'll update the numbers in a second here. Appreciate everybody for tuning in, saying hello in the chat. The donations, of course, have been phenomenal. So thank you, everybody. Hope your One Tribe One Day is going well. There are events in the Sunken Garden if you're in Williamsburg, also Alumni House. An 80s cover band, evidently. I might be too tired tonight to check that out, but it sounds pretty good. So I'd encourage you to go see that if you're interested. And yeah, almost at 30 miles. All right, guys, 30 miles. 30 miles done. All right, we're moving right along, almost at 50K now. And that means that we're under 20 miles to go to hit that 50-mile mark, which is the threshold for unlocking a very large gift of $5,000. So we are getting there. Under 20 miles to go. Thanks for the support, everybody. Thanks for the folks who have stopped into chat to say hello. If you're a former student and want to say hi, let us know what you're up to. Go ahead and pop in the chat. It's great catching up with everybody. It's fun running, but it's also fun getting to interact with folks, especially students that I haven't had a chance to speak to in a while. Thanks, Jay. We're doing pretty well, I think. So, last donation that just came in was $100, which is very nice. So we're going to be up to almost at 5,000 in the next couple miles here, I would think. And then at mile 50, we have the 50-mile challenge from an alum who's offered 5,000. So if I can get to 50 miles, that'll unlock the $5,000 gift, which is fantastic. So yeah, we're getting there. I'll update the numbers on the screen shortly. But one nice thing about government alums is that we have very generous alums who are donors, and so, you know, they always come through, whether it's on One Tribe One Day or other times of the year. So really are fantastic, and I'm thankful for all of you who have donated, and the alums who haven't donated but have stopped by, maybe say hello. And I know you guys get a lot of emails on One Tribe One Day from every office, William & Mary, so I'm grateful that you put up with that and have found your way here. Appreciate it. Thanks, Sarah. Yep, I just saw it come through. So your gift made it to us, and it will be counted on the screen in a second once I update the numbers. Thank you very much for your generosity. That's fantastic. We are just over 32 miles. Getting there. Trying to get to 50 at least so we can unlock a $5,000 donation, which would be fantastic. So that's my main goal for today. But yep, I see your donation. Very much appreciated, Sarah. Thank you. We're having a good day so far, I think. It's 1:20. We're going to be over 5,000 very soon. Maybe already. I'll have to check. And still have a lot of running ahead of me. So a lot of time to raise some more money. Thanks, Sarah. Yeah. Honestly, anything you do for William & Mary is appreciated. Sometimes it feels a little bit like a competition trying to do gimmicks like this to get to get more donations. So I appreciate it. Anything you do for William & Mary is appreciated. Yeah, by my count, we are at $4,966 at the moment. Yeah, Sarah, I don't think I could do Teams calls while doing this, but I am able to do email, so that's good. Getting some emailing done. It's difficult to do anything too intense, but email works. Allison, great to hear from you. You, I think, go back so far the oldest alum in terms of PPIR, most senior, I'll say, to check in. That's fantastic. How is Austria? Hope you're doing well. MA in public policy is great. Yeah, the PPIR lab goes back now 12 years, so we have quite the select group of alums at this point. Thanks, Allison. Yeah, it's one of those, we have many of these actually, kind of really successful undergraduate only because we don't have graduate students, labs or kind of research networks. And I think mine is probably one of the bigger ones, but Jamie Settle has like the SNAP lab, and that's quite big. She's also got the Democracy Erosion Project. So we've been really successful at creating these different labs and groups of undergraduates to get together to conduct research at a high level. So I'm really proud of that. both my lab and then all the labs that we have in government. And I'm glad you had a good experience. All right, take a little walking break, rehydrate a little bit. All right, coming up on, what do we have? 35 miles, 36 miles, and over 5,700 in donations so far. Plus, I believe there's some donations that have not yet hit the system, but have been made. So I'll hopefully be able to update those numbers pretty soon. I want to thank everybody again who's tuned in to say hello. Hopefully the stream is holding up. We had some lags earlier, but hopefully those are temporary. Really happy to see everybody. Allison, Sarah, the other Sarah, Jay, Sadie, Maddie. Thanks for stopping by. I think I'm going to have some potato chips. And get ready for the next bit of running. Big gifts just came in. 100 from Maureen King. Thank you, Maureen. And 6,200 from Colleen Holmes. Thank you. That's tremendous. We are now, once I update the numbers, going to be over 12,000. This is remarkable. Thanks, everybody. Somebody just texted me and asked me, "Am I getting tired?" Yes. All right, 39 miles, 11 more to that magical goal of 50, which unlocks $5,000. Feeling pretty good. Definitely going to try to get to 50, and we'll see what happens after that. All right, we are at the 40-mile mark. We have 10 miles to go to unlock a $5,000 donation. We've already raised over $12,000. We have 65 total donors, although I have to recheck the numbers. Probably have more than that. So almost, well, getting close to 100, which is nice. That was one of our goals. And yeah, things are moving along. It is 2:42 in Williamsburg. Hope everybody's having a good One Tribe, One Day. Thanks to everybody who has stopped by in the chat, say hello. Everybody who's donated. It's nice to see familiar names, alums out there in the world. We've heard from folks from across the United States today, Japan, which is cool. We haven't had Europe check in yet, although we did have some St. Andrews JDP students, so that's good. Close enough. So yeah, 10 miles to go to 50, and then we'll just see what happens. Somebody asked if I'm tired. I am, but I think I'll get to 50, and then we'll just see how the donations are looking. So feel free to pop in the chat, say hello, let me know what you're up to, and yeah, we're moving along. Aiden, buddy, good to hear from you. It's been a while. How are you? Thanks for the support. 10 miles to go for 50. 4/5 of the way there. I think we can do this. I'm going to have some potato chips in a second. Rehydrate a little bit. Maybe take a quick bathroom break. But yeah, we got this. So Aiden, what's going on with you, buddy? What are you up to? Thanks, Ella. We are just over 40 miles. At 50, we unlock a $5,000 gift, so that's our main goal for today. Trying to get there. I hope your seminar paper is coming along nicely. I'm sure it is. Oh, that's right, Aiden. You're a big Steelers guy. Forgot about that. Still working for the Steelers. That's great. My Patriots this past year way overachieved. Way overachieved. Did not do well in the Super Bowl, obviously. And I suspect this year might be a little rough as they kind of come back to earth. Also, I don't expect the Kansas City Chiefs to take this season off like they did last year. And I actually think the Steelers are going to be good. So it's going to be bad for my Patriots. But I'm glad you're doing well. I'm glad you're working for the Steelers, enjoying it. I mean, it's kind of like a dream job, right? I remember back in the lab days, like you were talking about interning for the Steelers. And now you're, making a career out of it, which is great. I'm not sure the training in the lab really prepared you for the Steelers all that well, although who knows? If it did, and you want to be nice, you can say that. But I'm not sure. Ella, Katie was here earlier asking me how my TikTok social media presence was going, and sadly I don't have one yet, but I think maybe this summer is when I'm going to try to unveil my TikTok influencer account. We'll see. Well, yeah, I need a manager. I need somebody to help manage the account. I need somebody to tell me what's likely to go viral. Maybe just as importantly, what not to do. Yeah, I need a lot of advice. I'm going to start digging into these Cape Cod potato chips because they're nice and salty and they got some carbs, which I think will be helpful. Hope everybody's having a good One Tribe One Day. Evidently, there's an 80s cover band at Alumni House tonight, if you're interested. As much as I like the 80s, I think I'm going to be tired. So I'll probably skip that myself, but I encourage you guys to, if you're on campus or in the area, to go check it out. For those of you that are just joining us, this is the day that we raise money for William & Mary. And I'm raising money for government. I'm the chair of government and trying to raise money to help our students conduct research by going abroad, presenting at conferences. Sometimes we can supplement unpaid internship. So yeah, that's what we're here for today. And we have a big challenge, which is to run 50 miles and unlock $5,000 from a very generous alum and donor. So that's what we're working on. Kind of in the, I want to say final stages, but we're definitely getting there. Over 4/5 of the way there. And then after that, we'll just see. We'll see how I feel and how the donations are looking. Any more challenges come in. But yeah, somebody asked, are you tired? I'm not going to lie. NGL, I'm getting a little tired. It has been 40 miles after all. But I'm hanging in there. I'm all right. I want to thank Anonymous, who just donated another $100 to the cause. Thank you, Anonymous. Appreciate that. I'll update the totals here in a second, but I think we're close to 12,500. Coming up on 41 miles. Not bad, not bad. Hi, Armand. That's a great question. I am walking because I was eating some potato chips for the carbs and the, salt. And I just wanted to let things kind of like settle in my stomach before I get going again. But have no fear, I will start running very soon. We are, getting there, getting close to 50. That's the main goal. So we'll try to finish up to 50, not as quickly as we can, but with some expedition, some alacrity, and take it from there. So Armand, how are you? How is your seminar paper coming along? I've also been pondering a question, which is, how many Red Bulls is it safe to drink? Anybody know? Well, okay, so here's the problem. We have conflicting information. My daughter just texted me and said that two is really the limit. You don't want to do more than two. And then we have Hog Rider. I'm trying to see who this is. The icon is so small on my phone I can't even determine who that is. But Hog Rider says 4 to 5. And ignore the name, it's from a game. No problem, no problem. We don't judge usernames around here. Mine is pretty lame. Marcus Holmes Runner. Not exactly creative. Okay, well, I should also note this morning I did have 2 rather large cups of coffee to get going. So it's not like I've only had Red Bull caffeine. I've also had coffee today. Also, Hog Grinder, I would have to say, of course, Red Bull's gonna recommend the upper dosage. Oh yeah, 5 is fine. Google AI says 3 to 5. Oh, we're getting numbers all over the place here. But that does suggest that the Red Bull information is not terrible. Right, everybody sort of agrees 400 milligrams of caffeine a day is what you want to stop at. So, a variable that we don't know the answer to is how much caffeine were in my coffees this morning. Sounds like if I want to play it safe, I should stop at 2, which is unfortunate because I've already had 2. Now, Gatorade, I could probably just slam those all day long, right? That's just sugar. Sugar and electrolytes. I can double fist the Gatorades. Although, it kind of upsets my stomach if I drink too much of it too quickly. I don't really love Gatorade. It's alright. Red Bull tastes better. Yeah, unfortunately, we've been getting this kind of laggy situation every hour or so. Typically only lasts for a minute or two, but it's very annoying. Hopefully you'll be able to click on the live word in the video and then get back to the live stream. Hopefully the stream's back for you. We get that kind of lag like every hour or so for 1 to 2 minutes. Just gets super choppy. Not really sure what the issue is. Could be my problem, my setup, or YouTube having an issue. But luckily it gets resolved pretty quickly. All right, guys, 43 miles, 43. 7 more to 50. 7 more. We're getting there. Thank you, the GOAT indeed, John McGlennon. Appreciate that. Donna, thank you. Yep, John is, what can you say? Like, just such a cornerstone of the department, and such a good human being, citizen. It's great. GOAT indeed. That's actually what I say at graduation when I introduce the faculty. I call him the GOAT. And I think it's true. Thanks again for the donation. Thanks, Katie. Yeah, we're getting there. We are very quickly approaching the 5-mile countdown. So definitely getting close. Starting to get tired, a little bit. Not gonna lie. But yeah, I think we're gonna be able to do this. Get to at least 50. Thanks for checking in again, Katie. Hope you're doing well. Ella came by and said that you two would help manage my TikTok, which I'm very grateful for, so thank you. Sarah wants to know why I'm being lazy and not pushing forward. Well, who knows? I mean, if somebody challenges me with, a $6,200 100K, that might change my calculus. But I'm feeling like 50 is pretty good. Like, that's been the big $5,000 donation the whole time. So I feel like if we do that, I'll be happy. But I'm not saying I'm going to stop necessarily. I might go a little bit further. We'll see. But 50 is the main goal. And Sarah, quite predictably, Steven's nowhere to be found. Don't know what happened to him. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it'd be nice to have like a dueling stream type of situation. But maybe all of us, you could get your setup back. I could keep this set up. Steven can get his back. And then we can do like a proper stream again with all of us. How are the Microsoft Teams meetings, Sarah? Furthest I've ever run, Katie. Well, I did a 100-mile on the treadmill over 2 days. So it was kind of a one run, but kind of two runs because I took a nap like overnight. So that doesn't really count, I don't think. Longest race I've ever done was 75 miles. That was a 24-hour race. So I got to 75 miles and then I quit at like 1 in the morning because I was freezing, which was kind of disappointing. I wanted to finish the whole 24 hours. And then I've done, a 100K race outside. So that's 62.18 miles or something like that. So yeah, those are my distances. So probably 75 in one single kind of effort is my max. Katie, if you're still here, are you going to go to both of the graduations? One of the things I really liked about directing the JDP was going to the St. Andrews graduation, just because it's so different than what we have at William & Mary. Like, ours isn't a big football stadium. You know, it's a lot of, like, energy. I mean, there's energy in St. Andrews, too, but it's, like, you know, sort of over the top here. Lots of people. And in St. Andrews, you know, it's, like, it's almost like going to church or something. It's, like, very solemn. You know, there's energy, but it's a very different type of energy. And then they're like, you know, tapping you with these like, you know, fabrics that are thousands of years old. Meanwhile, like over here, we're throwing frisbees around. It's just very different. And, but St. Andrews puts on a very nice graduation, little, you know, party afterwards, garden party. Yeah, I would encourage you to go if you can make it. Is that Emily? I can't tell from the picture because it's so small on my phone, but I think that's Emily. How are you? If I'm correct, and it is Emily, I hope you're doing well. There we are. It is Emily. How are you? I haven't spoken to you in a while. So the last time, I think, is when you did that lecture for my class on Zoom during the snowstorm, as I remember correctly. That was actually really helpful. Students really liked that. Yep, year 2. Wow. Time flies, huh? Can you tell me or refresh my memory as to what your dissertation is going to be about? We've actually had a number of PhD students hop into the chat today. Heather Rodenberg is at UCSD doing her PhD. We have Emily. We had one other earlier in the day. We also had a couple of master's students. The PPIR alums are very successful. Oh, wow. That's a great topic. And really right up your alley. So Emily, after college, did a lot of traveling, worked for at least, was it 1 or 2 international organizations or with international organizations? I can't remember exactly. But amazing amount of travel that I'm sure kind of set you up for this type of dissertation. Famine research. Oh, wow. Very nice. That's great. And that's important work, too. Right, the World Food Program, that's what it was. Yeah, Peace Corps. Yeah, you've done everything. Emily, I always talk about you, when I'm talking about the lab, I always talking about you as like one of these people that really tries to kind of get everything out of each experience. So, like, you don't just travel a little bit. you don't go to Paris for a week. You're, like, all over the place, doing good work with these organizations, lots of energy. It's really amazing. And Catherine Hughes, one of my other students, she was the St. Andrews JDP student. She was Peace Corps as well. You've been to 45 countries? Wow. I haven't added up how many I've been to, but I think you beat me by a pretty wide margin, I'm guessing. Although Europe has a lot of countries. I've been to a lot of countries in Europe, but I don't think I've been to 45. That's great. Well, thanks for stopping by and saying hello. I was saying earlier, this is like, I do this run to raise money for the department, but selfishly, it's also kind of fun to run into students who I don't get to see very often, at least electronically, for a few minutes, say hello, get a little update on what's happening in their lives. So it's been great today. Just came back from Tunisia. Did you do any work with Phil Ressler? I'm sure you took his class at some point. We also have a new Middle East scholar, Ameni Mehrez, who's actually Tunisian by birth. She's been great. Teaches politics in the Middle East. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. So Phil Ressler's one of our Africanists. So I thought maybe you would cross paths with his stuff at some point. Oh, that's right. You were doing a lot of Europe stuff. Yeah, I forgot about that. That's right. And so are you going to write your dissertation on campus, or are you going to be remote? Like, where are you going to do the next couple of years? You going to do field work, I assume? Okay. So they do the comps in the fall. I think I did mine in the spring. Or maybe that... No, I guess I had the summer to study. Yeah, I guess that's pretty standard. Yeah, and then do your field work. Well, that's great. I bet you'll write a great dissertation. And then you want to get an academic job, or are you looking to go back into the international organization kind of world? Yeah, funding's a big issue, It's always been an issue, but feels like it's, harder and harder. Many more people fighting over the same dollars. Right. Oh, okay, USAID. Yeah. Well, the good news about writing a dissertation now is that by the time you're done, we really don't know what the political climate's going to look like. It's possible USAID comes back in some form. So hopefully you'll have some options by the time you're finished. Gotcha. Well, I'm sure you'll be successful with whatever. That's great. That would be terrific. I'm actually I'm teaching that winter class again this coming January. So if you're up for it, that would be fantastic. They learned a lot last time. And I think if we did like a Zoom session where there's like a Q&A, that'd be terrific. Because I always get a lot of students in that class who are interested in Africa just kind of generally, but also like the type of diplomacy around food in particular. And so being able to talk about that from a practitioner perspective, but also an academic perspective with your dissertation, that'd be really cool. Yeah, let's do it. I'll get in touch with you probably, realistically, December is when I start kind of planning that class schedule out. But yeah, that'll be fun. Okay, we just had a big donation come in, and so I'm going to try to update the numbers here. Give me 1 second. Okay, we are now at $13,805. Really good. Really good. And if we hit 50 miles, which is our goal, we will unlock another 5,000. So it's a possibility. We could maybe even get to 20. Yep. We're moving right along. right, we are quickly approaching 47 miles, which means we have 3 left. Basically a 5K to hit our 50-mile goal, unlocking $5,000. Woo! We're getting there. 3 more miles. 5K. Let's go. Heidi, thank you for the generous donation. Very nice. Add that to the total. Takes us over 14,000. Thank you. Thanks, Taylor. Thanks for stopping in. Yep, we are getting very close. A little over a mile to 50 miles, which unlocks 5,000, which will put us very close to 20,000. Let's see if we get to 20. Let's see if we can bump it up, get to a nice round number. 20 would be amazing. 50 miles coming up. Thanks for the donation, Nina. Okay, so with Nina's donation, if my math is right, we're now at 14,536. 20,000. We can do it. I really think we can get to 20,000, guys, because at 50, we're going to get a $5,000 donation added to the total. Right now, that would give us 19,536. Every dollar helps. 20,000 would be amazing. Final mile before we unlock $5,000. Taylor and Charlotte coming in with donations. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Snap Labs having a watch party. Thanks, Sarah. You know what you should have is a donation party. That would be even better. Thanks, Jennifer. We got this. We're going to hit 50. 50 unlocks 5,000. Can we get to 20,000 is the question. Can we get to 20,000? About to update the numbers, but we are at 14,646. The hardest part about running on the treadmill all day for one day, one tribe, one day, is updating the numbers on my spreadsheet, which requires me to access my laptop while I'm running. So that's 14,646. Epic. Yeah, Taylor, what I should have done, so I update the numbers in a spreadsheet on a Dropbox. I should have just had the file on my phone. That was really stupid. But that didn't occur to me until I started running today. So yeah, that's why I have to update it on the laptop. You know, the running doesn't necessarily improve your cognition, you know? I think you get a little stupider when you run. Sometimes. Okay, if you're just tuning in, we are very close to 50 miles, at which point we will unlock a special donation, a special gift of $5,000 to add that to our total, at which point I will update the numbers. We are incredibly close to 20,000, which would be great to hit by the end of the stream. Let's see if we could do that. But we are closing in on 50 miles and $5,000. All right, here we are, 50 miles. 50 miles. Maureen wants to know if I'm taking music requests. This is actually some free streamable music, copyright free, that I found online. That I just liked the energy, the tempo, and I think it works for the stream. I've been listening to it on my end, and there we have it. All right, let's do some accounting. Let's see exactly where things are. I'm going to slow down a little bit. I like that, Kevin. Thank you. The epitome of sweat equity. Yeah, I have to say, the one problem with treadmill running is the sweat has nowhere to go. Can't really evaporate. At least it can't in my basement. And so this has been quite the sweat fest. And I have to apologize to Swim Library, who loaned me this microphone. There may be a little sweat on it when I return it, but I'm sure we can sort that out. So we have, at the moment, if my math is right, raised $19,796, having just unlocked $5,000 for mile 50, which was the goal for today. The main goal anyway. Lots of different mini goals. And we are just under 9 hours of running / kind of walking sometimes on the treadmill, which is pretty good for 50 miles, I think. Under 9 hours. So that's really good. Now, the question is, can we get to that magical 20,000 number? Let me check the stats here. Give me 1 second. I mean, I feel like I have to keep going until we get to 20. I guess that creates weird incentives where people won't donate because they want to see me suffer longer. But we're so close to 20,000. That would be a very nice round number to end on. So I say we keep on going until we hit 20. What do you guys think? I need to hydrate a little bit. Taylor's a yes. Kevin, I didn't realize I didn't put together the username earlier. Thanks for popping in. Taylor thinks 20 is in the bag. I feel at some point somebody's going to feel sorry for me and just out of pity give us the $204 that we need to get to 20, because they're going to realize just how tired good old Chair Holmes is. All right, I've hydrated up. I want everybody to know I stopped at 2 Red Bulls, so I took all of your cardiovascular expertise into account, stopped at 2 Red Bulls. I want to say last year I had like 4 or 5, but, I want to play it safe, be on the safe side. I started this run around 7:45 this morning. It's almost 5 o'clock. If you're just joining us, happy One Tribe, One Day. We hit all of our goals or challenges that had been set forth by generous alums. Oh, Sebastian. How you doing, bud? All right. Let's run a little bit more. Let's get to 20,000. Hopefully it doesn't take another 50 miles. But I think we can get it. Kevin, if you go in the description of the YouTube video, there should be a link that will take you to the giving page. And if you go through that link, it'll update on my side, so I'll know how far we have to go. Thanks, buddy. Sebastian, what's the longest time / distance you have ever run? Well, interesting question. So, I did 100 miles over the course of 48 hours on the treadmill, but I slept at night. So I basically did 2 runs. Some people say that was over 1 race because it was like a 48-hour race. Others would say, no, that's 2 different runs. So if you don't want to count that, the longest one run I've done continuous is 75 miles. I did that at a 24-hour race. I was telling the story earlier. I was doing great until like 1 a.m. and it was overnight hours, obviously, and it got cold. And I was shivering, so I had to stop. I didn't have to stop. I chose to stop. So that was 75 miles. I've also done a 100K race. And then other, sort of assorted distances. A lot of the races that are trail races don't have sort of like even distances necessarily, so it might be like 65 miles or 55 miles or whatever. But yeah, those are my longest efforts to date. If you're just joining us, thank you. It's One Tribe, One Day. We're raising money for the Department of Government, specifically for our students. This allows us to send students on research trips to do field work, to present papers at conferences, and sometimes to help supplement an unpaid internship. So we use the money you're donating. It's not like the money just goes into my pocket. Kind of wish it did, but it doesn't. And it's for our students. So I want to thank everybody who's donated and has helped the department. Appreciate everybody both tuning in to say hello. It was great today to meet or to see so many former students off doing wonderful things, a number of PhD students, a number of folks who are having excellent careers. And so that's one of the real benefits of doing something like this, where you get to raise money, but I also get to reconnect with alums from the government department that I haven't seen in a while. Oh, we just got 2 more donations that have just come in. If you're listening, let me pull up the... Joanne and Dan, thank you guys so much. Let me add this to our total, see where we are. You're not going to believe this. We're at $19,921. Let me update the spreadsheet. I've been running all day and my mind is a little bit mushy, but that leaves us $79 from our goal, if my math is correct. So close. $73 to get us to 20,000, and then I think I'll stop. Because 20,000 is a nice round number. You know, you don't want to continue past and have it not end on a non-round number. 20,000 would be wonderful. Great place to stop. Again, if you're in Williamsburg or on campus, there are activities on campus. Tonight there's an alumni house. I believe there's a band, like an 80s cover band. If you want to go hear some Huey Lewis and the News, go check them out. I probably am going to eat dinner and go to bed. That's my plan for the rest of the night. But I encourage you guys to go and have a good time and celebrate One Tribe, One Day. And you don't have to stop the donating now. Donations can continue, of course. Each day has 24 hours in them, and this day, like all others, has 24 hours. Oh. I just saw something. Guys, we have officially done it. Alan, thank you, Alan. You have put us over our goal, which is phenomenal. I don't know if you're on the stream, but if you are, thank you. We are at $20,000, $20,125. And that is absolutely tremendous. So we hit the 50-mile mark. We hit our goals for mileage. And we're going to end up hitting goals for donors as well, because there's other people that have donated through other channels than through this. And so we'll be able to add those to the total and hit 100. So the total at the moment, 20,125. Thanks, everybody. I'm really happy that we hit 20,000 in donations. And they're actually still coming in, which is unbelievable. So, 50 miles in the books, over 50 miles. 2 major donations at half marathon and 50 miles. Great donations throughout the day. I would say this was a very successful One Tribe, One Day for the Department of Government for running. Marcus running for government. Whew! Thank you, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the stream. See you next year for the third annual live stream, One Tribe, One Day, running for government. In the meantime, have a good rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of One Tribe, One Day. Go out, celebrate. And I'll check in with you guys later. Thanks again, everybody. Had a great time.